Hi, folks. My name is Conrad, also known as Seven Senses. Welcome back to Disco Elysium, our hardcore playthrough. We're attempting to get the What Body uh, trophy. That means we're going to try to solve this murder investigation without ever inspecting the corpse's or the victim's body. Corpse's body. It's a little redundant. It's been almost 12 days or something like that since we last fired this up. So bear with me a minute. I just have to check on the stream, make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. What? Oh. Everything looks good. Oh. Okay, should be good. Yes. Good. Okay. So, yeah, obviously I need to check this journal. We are on day 3. Right? Yeah, day 3. Oh yeah, it's like 7:30. Wow. I thought it was early, but I guess not. Oh yeah, we still got to look for Ruby in the village. Oh yeah, when Kim's not around. All right, well, I guess we can go back to the village and go from there. Oop. It's cool. You can actually see the rain coming down on the ground. I don't think I've ever noticed that before.
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
As always, I am the lawbringer. Depends on... That depends. Where are we exactly? Johnny Lawbringer?
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything.
She waves you off.
So what brings you here, Lawbringer?
Thought gained. Bringing of the law. Lawjaw. I forgot all about my thought cabinet. Oh, let's bring that up. What's it called? Bringing of the law? Okay, so this one will drop rhetoric by 1 temporarily, and then the learning cap for hand-eye coordination is raised to 6. You automatically succeed all hand-eye coordination passes. Really? And your rhetoric stays down 1. That's actually that's not a bad perk or a thought. Hold on. Yeah, let's check this out. Hey, so a little observation. It's all cool, man. Don't freak out. But every time you say, I am the law, and you say it a lot, it's basically hello for you. Your jaw does this weird thing. It sort of shifts sideways, hanging off your face at a jaunty angle, while the word law sounds oddly guttural and low. It's strange. You wouldn't notice it, but after saying you're the law 80,000 times, the question does come up. Why do you have Lawjaw? Alright, well, let's unlock a new slot. And let's give this... Hand-eye coordination is amazing. Oh, come on. Go over. Thank you. And yeah, we're going to drop rhetoric by 1, but that's okay. 3-hour thought, just shy of a 3-hour thought. Okay, now let's go back and have a conversation.
Anything I can help you with?
That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
I've questions. The first is, what's your name? Move on. Actually, this is the second question.
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
She gestures towards the fishnets.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
She tilts her head ever so slightly. I'm looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
A faint smile runs across her face. A working class husband.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore.
The husband isn't for me. I'm looking for him for his wife.
I wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right now.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Interesting. What have you found? I never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting. Well, that's a weird thought. Or phrase. Walking on the beach sounds quite romantic. All right, I think I get it. Let me ask you something else. All right, what'd you find?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
She looks at the beach.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies. A mine. The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs. I need info on this. Major narc. Point to yourself. This place looks bad. Why don't you leave?
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
You just gotta follow the work. That's where the money sleeps. Anywhere with better opportunities. Just somewhere. Close your eyes. Away from all this sadness. I understand what you're saying. It could be worse elsewhere. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't mean to complain about my sad, pauper life. We do manage all right. We're tough people here.
She would like to complain. She would like that very much. But she can't, and she won't. Though, has gotten her this far, and she's not giving it up.
Nice sword. Point at the saber on her hip. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
She smiles at her own joke. Hold on. Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
She glances at the blade. It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that.
She smiles.
That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder.
What's the wonder, coach?
Coach means the expression.
Oh. Thank you, Rhetoric. Fucking love this game. Behold, point to the expression on your face. True, most people I've met are scared. Her eyes meet yours and suddenly she starts laughing. It's hoarse, as if she hasn't laughed in a while. Find someone else to laugh at. I'm not a clown. Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
Her face straightens. Yeah.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
Can I borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave.
Her eyes are smiling as her hand moves to the hilt. Yeah. So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
She looks down. Wait, why? If they're thick-headed.
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke. Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where? Gone! Coward! I would never leave anyone! He disappeared? Sounds like a missing person case. Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Her eyes stop in yours. That's bad. What happened? Oh. Say no more. Wait for her to continue. Oh. Oh, I see. He just says, oh. And then the rest of it is, say no more, wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. What? Should have thrown yourself in the waves after him. Nod sagely. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on.
She crosses her arms.
Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where two little kids are playing with what looks like rocks.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, while Kim's there. So I take it that's your skiff? Point at the overturned boat.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days? Put your hand in the rain.
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
She looks at the rain circles on the water.
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think it'll be ready? There's something we might have to check out on one of the islands. The origin of a shot.
Shot, huh? The boat will be ready when the sea turns and the winds settle. You can't command the weather, officer.
She gives you short nod and replies.
Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the mirror-smooth sea, far away from here. A lone passenger, a fast sloop in the distance. White sails. My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
Well, thank you, visual calculus. I was asked to get your signature. Hand her Everett's envelope.
Were you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building?
Her eyes dart back and forth on the paper. Everett's planning to turn some of the village into a youth center.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that...
Her voice trails off.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Thought what exactly?
That Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
And those members have a vote when electing the head of the local chapter.
Here, use my pen. Give her your pen.
He has a pen and everything.
She takes it from you, a doubtful look in her eyes, clicks it, and places the tip on the paper.
Here you go.
Wait, why did you sign it?
I shouldn't have.
I've looked at the documents, and no, you shouldn't have. No, it's a youth center. Why shouldn't you? I mean, it's Everett, so it's probably a mistake.
That's what I asked you. It's a youth center, and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me.
Sound logic. Division of labor. She leaves the skepticism to the skeptic.
Okay, well, be seeing you. Yeah. Alright. So what did we get out of that? Oh, interacting. Oh, she has, yeah, she's now signed it. I guess we could have faked the signature. It doesn't really matter. I'm sure it had repercussions that were going to be in a sequel that we're never going to fucking see, so whatever.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
You got anything else to say about Ruby?
What more do you want to know about that poor girl?
I guess nothing.
Yes, let's hear those other questions.
Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you? Are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr...
Lieutenant W. Freighter Harry Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
The old woman nods with evident respect. I have asked to get your signature. Hand her the envelope.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
She takes out the document and squints her eyes. Everett wants to turn part of the village into a youth center.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses.
She lifts the paper very close to her face and studies it intently.
I see Lillian's name is already here. The girl is too trusting. Either way, I won't sign union papers.
She hands the envelope back to you. What do you have against the union?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises they never plan to keep.
She pulls a dark red rag out of the bucket and puts it back.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
In her mind, the Union is right-wing because Everard is fat. It's that simple, and there's no change in it. She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
With shitty suggestions? Then why is it composure? God damn it. Harrier's a good name. Trust the tenants. Ugh. It's a white chick, too. Jesus Christ. Alright. Suggestion? Ooh, yeah, that giant skill of suggestion I have. The fucking authority with Titus was hard enough. Caramba. Well, I can always fake her signature too. We'll try.
Our tenant,
I should
policeman.
at least increase my suggestion. Yeah.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep...
It's really in her best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
Perhaps some financial compensation would change your mind. Sign her or I'll have the RCM turn this place upside down. We're gonna find something. Isabel, you must understand this place needs that construction project.
I've heard that pitch before plenty. Building this, building that, new jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick.
Everett gave me 5 real. He could easily give you 15 or even 50. I could try to ask Everett to pay you some money. You gotta be smart. Read the fine print. Think ahead. Look for opportunities.
Were you dropped on the head as a kid? You can't live off a pittance for long. Do you know who takes the cream of these deals? Real estate developers, construction companies, restaurant owners, Claire's accountants in La Delta. Have some integrity. You're an officer of the law, not some fat slug's corrupt little crony.
It's okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. We're around.
Yeah. Well. Other suggestions? Lena. Well, we can't talk to Lena.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Like ocean waves shaping the coastline, you will wear it down, pebble by pebble. Just be persistent.
Perhaps some financial compensation would change your mind. We're going back to the money thing again, I guess.
Cops bribing citizens. Doesn't it usually go the other way around?
She doesn't wait for your reply.
Save your breath, officer. This deal isn't going anywhere. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got this whole bucket full of rags to finish. That's my job. Maybe you should do yours?
Oh.
We really should focus on some actual leads. Negotiating real estate deals isn't our main thing.
Well, well, well. Well, I guess it's time to talk to these yokels. Let's start with him.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
I fucking love Rosemary. He might be my favorite character in this game. Well, no, Kim's my favorite character in this game. And I have a soft spot for Kuno. But I fucking love Rosemary. Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? He spreads his arms as if wanting to embrace you.
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
What are you talking about?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Friend, do we know each other? I love this. I also have speed, and by speed, I mean amphetamine. Amphetamine?
Aye, by amphetamine, I mean speed.
I think I didn't... I thought by speed you meant amphetamine.
Aye, that's what I said.
Right. Got it.
Good, my man. Now what can I offer you?
He takes a chug of his beer bottle. Friend, do we know each other?
Sure, friend. You know it.
He points a finger pistol at you and squeezes the trigger.
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon. Let's have a word after your high-concept transactions. I'll give you the lowdown.
The track-suited man waves his hand at you. Quite the business venture you have set up here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
He gets a proud gleam in his eyes. What do you mean?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I've got everyone on my hook.
He spreads his arms and smiles a crooked, toothless smile.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Yeah, that's what happens when your visual calculus is too good. It's like, what's he talking about? Looks like you're on your own hook, too.
Of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people.
Why does the bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
He brings out a 1-liter bottle with a bluish liquid. The mouth is corked shut. Let him speak.
You know, it's funny, actually.
He bursts out laughing, then takes 3 gulps of his Pilsner and stares at you intently.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What is?
What?
Keep him talking.
What do you mean, what? What'd you think was funny earlier?
This guy.
He says and shakes his index finger at you. Where'd you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
He spits a nasty yellow clod on the ground before you. Ugh.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
His voice rings with pride. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter, and you're good to go? That's a good tip. I should remember it.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
He gets visibly angry. Have they no shame taking money for a service they provide? How?
The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things.
He gets an excited gleam in his eyes.
Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
He shakes the bottle.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
Yeah, so now it's 3 real. I'm not saying that. Can I smell it first?
Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable. One spark and the entire city of Revachol is wiped off the map.
He uncorks the bottle and holds it under your nose.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time you don't remember the last time you felt so alive.
Legendary failure.
In all fairness, that might be attributed to the retrograde amnesia.
Thank you, Logic.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not?
I think it'll prove useful, yes.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Here's the money for the spirits.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
It's really interesting, not to spoil anything, but because our character is more in tune with the intellect side of him and his physique as opposed to his psyche, Inland Empire plays a big factor in with this liquor bottle that we just purchased. And the fact that we're not even wearing the tie anymore. We took it off because Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife, gave us one of those choker fucking pendant things that has better stats for us. But had we gone the way of the Psyche realm and had a little bit more of Inland Empire, it plays a factor at a upcoming scene later on in the game, but now it doesn't have that factor at all. It's kind of interesting. Like, I don't think I can use it the way that it's intended to be used. I don't even think maybe if I even somehow got my Inland Empire up and reattached the horrific tie, because it has to do with the horrific tie as well. Can I check my inventory? No, I can't. So he's got smokes, beer, and speed. $15. Well, we don't need anything because we're fucking loaded. I'm off.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
He waves you off. All right, talk to him. Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
I am the law. Who's Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
He draws out a disgusting snort, then mumbles, waving a finger in your general direction.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Have you seen any women around here lately?
Abigail? Abigail, where are you?
His voice perks up, then trails into a string of random babbling. Who are you? What's your name?
Don't call Abigail.
His eyes move around erratically, the look in them hazy and unfocused. Where am I? What is this place?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Hey, I'm on an important official investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing a really disgusting, hacking cough. He does not sound well at all.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Lean in.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
His breath smells harsh like a toxic swamp as he whispers to you. He then waves his hand as if shooing you away.
Don't call.
The man stammers. Slowly his head nods off to the side and he passes out, tongue dangling from his mouth.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Alright. Blue medicinal spirit. So $6. We double our money. The liquid has an unearthly blue tint, the kind that might or might not be definitely does glow in the dark. This is 98.7 pure alcohol. Keep it away from an open flame. Just like the man said.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man in a two-piece Lycra, trademark, tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He takes a sip.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang.
Not too hot. I'm on a 50-year losing streak. Reality. It makes me aggressively sad. Don't know. People keep telling me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that. I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law. Nothing special. Like everyone else, I have all sorts of wild thoughts running through my head. But then pick the most boring one. Yeah, let's say this one.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker?
He thoughtfully picks at his shit-stained Lycra trademark jacket. Gross.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
He takes a sip from his beer.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
He looks at his comrades.
Please don't call. Don't call.
Begs the man in the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
Hi diddly dee. Could you and your pals sign this document? Joe Everett's letter? Yeah, why not?
What's it about?
He waves his hand apathetically.
I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms, or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it.
I have this blue oblong pen. Lend him your pen.
All right.
He grabs the pen and paper from your hand and very carefully scribbles on the dotted line next to Lillian Cartier, Idiot Doom Spiral. Now the pen back to you.
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
He nods confidently. You've done a great service for the community, to the RCM, and to Ravishal. That's it then. The deed is done.
Glad to have been of assistance. After all this time, I feel like I've made a difference.
The incapacitated drunk lay there snoring like an ancient, rusting tractor.
Thank you for your help. Should we go and mail this? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
I want to ask these guys a couple things first.
Okay, what's on your mind?
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it.
It's you. Your tequila sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
No.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Wait, did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is. Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things."
Oh God, what happened next? Say nothing. It's more dignified that way. Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name? Tequila Sunset, huh? Sounds pretty good. My real name is Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
He takes a strong quaff of his beer.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Did we talk about, politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Takes a long sip of beer. Did you get a read of what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Jesus. I don't need to hear anymore. Conclude.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
He says, slapping his knee. Yes, want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here.
What do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier.
He taps his fingers to his temple.
So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
I gotta... Hold on. So I have the Special Strike Brew, the Commodore Red, the Potent Pilsner, the medicinal stuff. I don't have anything on me. But I don't want to give you my alcohol. I might have use for it. Don't do it now. Yeah.
That very well might be the case, but looking at you, I can say with great confidence that I needed more.
Okay, be seeing you.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Well, solid, perfect level there. So, the letter is signed. It's not a Ford signature, but it's Idiot Doom Spiral signature. Huzzah. Oh, I should put my jacket back on. Yeah, shivers. No. And then tools. So, yeah. So if I give him the Potent Pilsner, he takes all the Potent Pilsner. Commodore Red's 5, and yeah. I guess, so, if anything to lose, he can have the fucking, the brew.
Tequila Sunset.
Hey, sorry for being a buzzkill earlier. I'll supply the booze if you supply the stories.
Wonderful.
So, yeah, you can have... I got this Special Strike brew the Union uses.
Interesting.
Ah,
this is what they use to keep the working men going.
He grabs the thermal cup and shakes it.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
One of the other bums interjects. Gurgles the near comatose man.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Go on.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Wait, how many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
He says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking about exactly?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
He turns his head towards the skies. Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
One moment, someone chats you up. 5 minutes later, you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Wait, is that it? It feels like there's some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
He shakes his head. I'm almost homeless myself. Doesn't seem so bad. Look on the bright side. You got one hell of a story. Do you realize all this is your own fault? You realize all this is your own fault. Yeah, I mean, I literally can't believe it.
Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansorique Lycra tracksuit.
Trademark.
You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
He turns his eyes to the bottle. Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit?
Lycra.
I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
Wait, what was the name of your agency?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting.
Not to be specific.
I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
He looks toward the bay.
Sounds intriguing. What say you, Art Cop? If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
Mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads isn't high art. It's just cynical wankery. That's so high concept, I have no idea what it means. Man, mixing high and low commodifying culture, that is extremely my shit. Yeah. That's just cynical wankery.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
Maybe, but it's still tired. Yeah, actually, you're right. Let the market sort itself out. No need for me to regulate this stuff.
Maybe you're right. Who knows? Maybe we were behind the curve? We were fucking rich, though. That much I know.
What's up with the tracksuit?
What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before? Go on. Feel that primo material.
The man extends his arm.
You really shouldn't touch it.
I'll touch it.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
He takes another sip.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it. Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to.
Oh.
And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them any time.
Hypocrite? What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
I thought he was a cool cop. It's an honest answer.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim? The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
So you're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
Nice. Secret task.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
The lieutenant shrugs. I hear the story of your name again. Got any more stories?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Then I can't keep on telling the story.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Oh, shit. Do you want to... Oh, we're even getting an autosave. Thank you, game. Here, let's go over here, Kim. You know, a little away from the drunks.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up.
He's talking about the amphibian visor hat, obviously. Regular cop, regular clothes. You like this? I feel like it's really cramping my style. Say, why aren't you wearing a pig suit? I'm totally going to say that.
Officers above the rank of sergeant are granted wide discretion when it comes to their uniforms. The idea is that civilians are more likely to open up to someone who's not dressed like a typical cop.
Yeah, I can see the logic behind that.
You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Okay, nod. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies. I'm not taking style tips from someone who dresses like a mega binoclard.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
Well, come on, Kim.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
That's what you wanted to talk to me about, huh? Really? Okay. Well, thanks for the chat. So that. Oh yeah. Okay. Trying to remember what the requirements are for that. That we have to be alone for. Still haven't spray painted the wall. That's never going to happen. Oh yeah, the working class husband. Okay, well, it is late. The kids are gone. We can click on this. The door is closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Does that mean Lillian is still there? That's weird. Oh, because you can go and ask her out for a date. Otherwise, when could you ask her out for a date? Because Kim's always going to be with you during the day. I doubt this guy's going to be still standing here, too. Yeah, no. He is not. Well, since we're over here...
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Examine the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell. Examine the cigarette package.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
And examine the kebab wrapper.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Leave. Stop moving. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. Oh, that's a callback to when we clicked on that thing.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no, this sounds terribly familiar.
Search his pockets.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits.
Thank you, electrochemistry.
Or maybe it was just dark.
Yeah. Look at all those bottles, though, man. I mean, even that bottle, whatever. Hammered.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, it's just this one at the back of his head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
Yeah, shit. Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles forgotten near the coin-operated viewer. Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Brabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The lieutenant shudders from the cold. Step back.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
He looks south the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
We know who this is. It's the working-class woman's missing husband, dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
He looks at the bundle of flesh and rags lying on the ground. That's... Could have worded that betterly. Betterly? Could have worded that betterly.
Because it's the most working-class death you've ever seen.
This is the most working-class way to go, completely alienated and forgotten. The leather jacket, point at the man's clothes. It matches her description perfectly. Bottles all around him, point at the tear. She said he was drinking somewhere in Martinez. The library card. He was supposed to return a book. Yeah, no, it's the jacket.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
He nods, then points at the ring on the man's left hand. What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Could it be related to the lynching, Ruby?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
We should consider the possibility that we're dealing with a sequence killer here.
A sequence killer? There's nothing that connects those 2 bodies. This is a completely different case. An accident.
The lieutenant narrows his eyes in the wind. Someone could have pushed him from behind with an intention to kill. I'm just saying that we should be open to all possibilities. Yeah, that's, you know, but I mean, there's no evidence to point towards that. See, initially when I played this, I was under the suspicion of, yeah, of a sequence killer or whatever, like the same person killed him.
It's possible, but let's take it step by step. We still haven't identified the man.
Do you think he was drunk? Point at the bottle.
Oh, yes.
The lieutenant nods. What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the Pox.
He shrugs.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Okay. Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
He smiles sourly. Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
We found him. We should finish this. Take the case.
All right. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
All right. Let's do that, Kimbo. Folded library card. A library card found from a pocket of the dead man on the Martinez boardwalk. It's still slightly damp to the touch. The cover bears the stamp of Jamrock Public Library.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Look at the back side.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Put it away. Okay, so find the working class husband is done. Jeez. It's amazing what you can get accomplished when you're not investigating the actual crime you're here to, solve. Dead body on the boardwalk. Another dead body, this time on the Martinez boardwalk on the coast. Search the man's remains and follow the leads to see if you can verify his identity. Call the station about the dead body. Call Jamrock Public Library for information on the library card's owner. Alright, Kimbo. Oop, it's this way. God damn it. Relax, it's not yours. You didn't crush every MC in Revachol. Hopefully. Oh, yeah, that's in regards to that. It's weird how you'll come across things in the world that you can interact with, say like this door earlier, like, hey, everyone's off to bed. And then you'll come by it again later, and then the thought will pop, and you'll be like, blah, 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 blah. And you're not really paying attention or remember these things. The context or your frame of reference is fucking lost on you. But, play the game enough fucking times, resonate. Could have fast traveled. I keep forgetting about fast travel. But it's not exactly the world's biggest open world game, eh? Ceiling's still out, that's interesting. The old men have gone to bed. Library's not going to be open.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to Jamrock Public Library.
I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah.
We should try again during business hours.
Anything else, Detective?
I need to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment.
You can hear her shuffling through some papers.
Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, it seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
She repeats.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Mahon.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Yeah, no, I guess we're done here.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
So, yeah. We have to wait until day 4 to make that phone call. Which is okay, it's alright. So, that leaves us in the position. It's Ruby in the village. Oh yeah, the letter. We can mail the letter. Yeah, there we go. The game will let me click on the mailbox.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Very astute, Kim. Drop the white envelope into the mailbox. I guess what I said was very astute, too.
You drop the white
Not really.
envelope in
His
the
was way more.
darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
All right. Get 2 signatures for Everard. Let him know. I doubt he's still in his room. I really doubt that. I'm surprised these guys are still out. Maybe I got enough time? I don't know. 2 whole minutes? If I don't fucking interact with anything in between? And just get there? I'll use this as a point of... Oh, the door's clickable. I used the cargo container as a point of reference just to get me the hell over here faster on running. It's weird playing it on console because obviously this game is designed as a mouse and keyboard game. Oh, look at this shit. I didn't think this was gonna happen.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes.
His grin widens.
Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this.
He claps his hands together like a child who's been offered a cotton candy.
My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I feel I can finally trust you now.
Excellent.
You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Oh, good. The gloss gun, I was worried about this.
Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
The signatures I got, I know you plan to force them out with the construction noise. Did you order the hangman killed?
Order it? You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
What do you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
Have you ever heard what two giant Ceres hornets can do to an entire colony of bees? They destroy it.
I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and dies. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
Yeah, everyone hates them, except ultra-liberals maybe, which happens to be me. No. How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that.
He pauses to rub his chin.
We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
He looked at the swordfish clock and nods. Who killed the hangman?
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
He really doesn't know.
How do you know it's a guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
He really doesn't.
Okay. How many of you guys are there in the Union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
He replies with a whip. So, 2373.
2,373. is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
I'll say. Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, I'm not saying that. How are you going to fund your new independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
You can't possibly hope to continue like you have. Clients will have en masse. Well, will leave en masse.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
That's just the top of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
He makes air quotes.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
He slams his fist on the desk once more.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned.
He smiles.
But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Is Ruby helping you secure this fantastic share?
Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
Understood.
The lieutenant nods slowly. Drugs are a no-go for me. I'll report this. I'll have to admit that's a well-put-together plan, and far removed from you. Interesting stuff. I just want to solve this murder, okay? Makes sense to regulate the drug trade like this. Keeps it out of more dangerous hands, yeah.
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get sidetracked. You care about the people you're supposed to protect, not some systems that may or may not be unethical. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez.
It would still be illegal.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth, and everyone's going to pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Hold on. I don't want to look at the big picture. I want to look at the drug trade you almost admitted to. Well, I mean, if it has the word incorporate in it, then I like it. I'm a money guy. It's very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man. I'm not feeling a whole lot of Revachol here. On the flags or kings. Honestly, it's not my place to judge or express an opinion.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it. Boys, Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering?
Interesting. Yeah, it's very ambitious. Love what you're doing for the working man. I'm not feeling a whole... Honestly, it's not my place for you to judge his personal opinion.
Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez.
All right. Can I ask you about specific union members?
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry.
His eyes are shining.
You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
Interesting.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Okay. Can I get my gun now?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
You bastard!
Your gun is with an old woman. I hear she's a character, so watch out.
He says, absolutely unperturbed by your outburst.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy?
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway...
He smiles and shakes his head in wonderment.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
She was waving it around at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
He smiles, yeah, he's just playing it up.
We might be looking at someone with a medical history here. Watch out.
Who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
A smile flickers in the corner of his mouth. Can you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
He clasps his hands.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Oh, Inland lets us know.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Okay, well, maybe I do want to talk to him about that. The signatures I got, I know you plan to force them out with the construction noise.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces. They're very large.
So the village is doomed.
The lieutenant says grimly.
You were there. You saw the place. A wasteland. There's nothing left. But mark my words, officers. We are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
What do you mean?
Harry, imagine a youth center supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise, and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
Youth supermarket church complex? Do you really expect me to believe that? Low-income housing, even part of if that's true, then why not? And life, nod. I knew you were a man of the people, Everett.
I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Wait, but will you erect a statue to yourself? Joyce was right when she said you were up to something.
Damn right I am, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as she is one day. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
The fist lands on the table again.
A true flash of anger in him as he thinks of her.
Okay. That's it for now.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly there's sadness in his tone.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
He points to you, then himself. Questions about the harbor. Turns out the strikers are being served an alcoholic brew. I made it even stronger. Yeah. Oh.
Bringing of the law jaw. Okay, so we now know why you have law jaw, why you say the law in a weird manner, and why your jaw does that thing. You had polio as a child. You hadn't gotten vaccinated. It must have been right after the revolution. Not a lot of vaccine going around then. So you got infantile paralysis due to polio, and this jaw thing is a complication from that. Admittedly, it's not very funny, but you overcame it. This little infant survived and became a sharp-shooting super cop. So, fuck you, polio.
So, learning cap for hand-eye coordination rises to 6. Succeed all hand-eye coordination passives. -1 to rhetoric. Jaw's still weird. Alright, so logic sits at -1, rhetoric sits at -1, volition sits at +2. All of our thoughts in our cabinet are complete. We still have room for 6 more. Or sorry, 5 more. That's plenty. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 levels to play with. That's good. Suggestion is absolutely maxed out. Authority is maxed out. Even if I pop drugs, because I could put 1 more point into suggestion. In that case, yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. But yeah, we're on a mission now with a gun. Confront the pigs, get your gun back. Someone's been running around with your sidearm pretending to be a police officer. You must meet her near the old fish market at 2200 and get your service weapon back. Just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. Alright, let's get the hell out of here, Kimbo. Oh, if you would be so kind. Oh. Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. What? There's nothing there. Well, she's there till 2. We won't be here till 2 talking to him.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I'd... No
Yeah.
trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
Leo, you seem to know everyone around here. I want to ask you about someone.
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
Tell me about this Edgar guy you keep mentioning.
Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. But a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say.
Let me stop you there, Leo. Oh, let's not interrupt him.
All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
South Safari. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made, too.
Tell me about Manana.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everett sometimes. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better.
Tell me about Measurehead.
Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that.
He suddenly falls quiet.
Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. Yeah, I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that.
Tell me about Titus.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly sort, old Titus is.
The little man rubs a patch on his elbow.
He's probably one of those rare specimens who are born when two drunk seamen stumble on top of each other on the deck amidst a storm so violent it flings whales around.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about Everett.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister.
If anything to ever present smile on Leo's face gets even warmer, do you ever oh, if anything. Tell me about Renee.
The night guard. Ooh, he's a peculiar fellow. He's the strong, silent type, you could say.
Leo looks at the guard booth on the wall.
We talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. He plays petanque with my old human studies teacher, Mr. Martin, down at the plaza. I think he's the only fellow who actually knows old Renee. They lived on the same street their entire lives, even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Strange fellows. Mr. Martin was always real nice to me in school. I remember once.
Hold up. Gaston was your human studies teacher?
Mr. Martin, yes. Don't really remember much about him. I was just a boy back then.
Actually, I want to talk about something else.
Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
The expression on his wrinkled face says, I really want to help you. Okay, I'm off. Yeah. Yeah, what did I take? I don't even know. A few minutes. That's good, we got some information. Experience, too. Can I?
You're back before the cargo container.
Nope. Tomorrow we will. I believe every day you get another crack at it.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
So this is where Renee works. I'm going to look around, search the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
I'm going to take the picture this time.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René?
The lieutenant asked, glancing at the photo. I'm going to ask him about it.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Leave. Photo of a happy couple. A black and white photo of a couple posing in front of a Ferris wheel. The girl is young and pretty, the man clad in fancy uniform and smiling. On the back, a very steady hand has written the words, Revachol Fair, Summer of 91. So that would make it, wow, 52 years old? 62 years old? 62. Ask Renee about the photo. The photo you found in the night watchman's booth, the one with the happy couple, ask Renee about it. He looked uncharacteristically happy in the picture. Yeah, no shit. Renee the Grouch. That's crazy that we actually got a chance to talk to Everard with like literally 2 minutes left on the clock before everyone cleared out at 10 o'clock. Think we're gonna save. Yeah, ceiling's gone. Kim's like falling back, and I don't blame him. So, yeah, hopefully the pigs should be here on the boardwalk up ahead. I thought the way that Harry had dismissed the conversation with Everett earlier, that we had locked ourselves out of the opportunity to even get the goddamn thing back, but no. Oh, what's this? There's a slit in the concrete here. A sewer? Oh, yep. There she is.
Put your hands where I can see them.
The aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now. Show me your hands. Right now.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Wait, what should we do, Kim?
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up.
She continues to yell as she lumbers about. Easy, ma'am. Take it easy. It's just a standard flashlight, ma'am. Calm down. If you want the pry bar, you're going to have to pry it from me. That's interesting. It's just a standard flashlight, ma'am. Calm down.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous.
Ma'am, I need you to calm down. We just want to talk.
Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
Oh. Thank you, hand-eye coordination. We can solve this peacefully. Please lower the weapon. 8%. And it's a red check. We can solve this peacefully. Please lower the weapon.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Her eyes dart between you and Kim.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
The lieutenant is trying to maintain eye contact. Let's just talk, all right?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Her head snaps at you.
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Please identify yourself, ma'am.
It's the goddamn police shitbag! Cut the pavement! You're under arrest!
She yells into the megaphone.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Are you on drugs?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
The megaphone makes her voice almost painfully metallic.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Oh, yeah, good point, Kim. You're not the police. We are the police.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
She lowers the megaphone halfway but immediately raises it again and screams. Baby, you know who I am. Everybody knows. Wink. Jesus Christ. Yes, I'm back up. Resist a yawn. Here to back you up. Lieutenant W. Freighter Harry Dubois, 41st Precinct. This is my partner, Lieutenant Kitsuragi from the 57th.
No. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth. Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
The crazed woman mumbles, shaking her head. Suddenly she raises the megaphone and screams.
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
The lieutenant hesitates, addressing the woman.
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
She screams in the megaphone. Red and blue lights illuminate the spit flying everywhere.
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
Wait, what if she's right and I actually am an imposter? I'm in full RCM lieutenant's uniform. And look at my partner. We're cops, all right. We're really cops. Look at white rectangles. We really are cops. Look at my badge. Take out your badge and show it to her. Yeah, she wants me to reach into my jacket. That's what she wants. Hey, you're the impersonating police officer here.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimut!
She repeatedly bashes the megaphone against her head, then screams in the bloody mouthpiece.
It's not a code, just disjointed words. She's losing it. One twitch and there would be blood.
Wow, we're doing this, eh? Alright, 8%. This is the pigs. Time to get my gun.
Alright,
Oh.
This is how we do it.
Look at that.
You fling the pry bar.
Hand-eye coordination.
Already darting right, and immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist.
Oh, Jesus.
No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun, all 3 barrels, red and blue light shining through. It's not loaded.
Kim, whisper. Kim, I'm almost certain there are no bullets in the gun.
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
The lieutenant studies the swaying gun. Go ahead, pull the trigger, I dare you. Ma'am, the weapon you're holding is mine, and I know it has no bullets.
What?
The woman looks at the weapon in disbelief, her eyes suddenly reddish with tears. She looks straight down the barrel and squeezes the trigger. Wait!
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. What is this?
A click. Nothing happens. She looks at the useless weapon.
Police gunpowders have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
The gun lands on the wooden planks and tears run down her scratched cheeks.
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
Pick up your gun.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Her voice is growing fainter as she rocks back and forth slowly.
This limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is grinding to a halt. Tired of walking the desert, it doesn't want to feel or think anymore.
It's called the big come down.
Whoa. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
The lieutenant holsters his pistol.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
I'm very sorry this is how life turned out for you. Gently touch her shoulder. What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
The lieutenant replies, inspecting the catatonic woman standing in the dark. Why is she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness.
He lowers his voice. Yes, this is what happens when you listen to too many cop shows on the radio. You're probably right. Loneliness.
Yeah, looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now.
I'm very sorry, yeah.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
Should we just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Wait, I was really hoping I can give her one of those station call slips. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, Titus sounds like a good man for the job. I don't want to endorse the Hardy Boys' inflated sense of self-worth. They're not cops. We are.
Okay, that settles it. I'll contact my station after we wrap it up for the day. They can contact the sanitarium and handle the logistics. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
As you turn to leave, the faintest of voices comes from the woman. She mutters. It seems like a reflex. A half-remembered sentence.
Reflex to what? Being left alone?
Damn.
She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do.
Shake her shoulder.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
pick up the RCM cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
RCM lieutenant's cap.
Oh, is that yours?
I think so. Maybe. Probably. You know me. Mine? No. It's ours. The RCM's. Yeah, no shit.
It's your hat.
The lieutenant nods. All right. Confiscate the narcotics. Wink.
You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed as evidence, obviously.
We didn't need the speed, obviously, but the Pyrrolidon is welcome, because, you know, the more the merrier. But we got fucking merriments of other shit. That's for sure.
She didn't consume them. She didn't look high. She confiscated them. A little like you are doing now.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, logic. That's the logical explanation.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
I'm confiscating these as evidence. I need to do the case. I need everything. Say nothing. Fine. You take them then.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the case.
Fuck your moral bullshit, Kim. Alright, we got a cap. Authority +1. How about that? The cap is sturdy. Oh, it's RCM Lieutenant's cap. Sturdy, +1 authority, member of an organization. The cap is sturdy and comfortable. It seems to retain its form very well. It fits you perfectly. The inside of it smells like cheap tobacco and typewriter ink. It feels familiar somehow. Perhaps it, too, is yours. Though how the pigs got it is a mystery. Yeah. I mean, what's our perception? 7? That's with the cap. And the boots. Yeah. So technically it's, yeah, we've never, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, right. It was at a 1. Yeah. We've greatly increased that, now that I think about it. Rhetoric dropped to, yeah, slightly below our average. Still good. Yeah, everything's okay. Okay, well, it's 11 o'clock now. Renee's asleep, so that's Thursday. That's Thursday. We have to talk to that other gentleman that's out on that side of the map by the sign. I guess we never even investigated the sign. We could do that. That can't be anything we could deal with. Kim has to be gone. Spray painting the wall. Yeah, we have 3 things now that'll are tied to each other. Still haven't had a cigarette. And we still haven't sang karaoke. But I guess we just leave her there. Oh. Oh, Jesus, that's a really small spot. You can imagine why calls become terrible sometimes. Oh, it's in regards to the smashed. Yeah. Is this open?
Heavy wooden doors,
Oh.
more than twice
It
your
looks
height,
open.
stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Rattle the doors to see if they open.
Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work. Do you think our suspect is hiding inside?
He raises his sight to the darkened windows overhead. She might be. It's worth checking out anyway.
The lieutenant nods silently.
Inspect the carpentry.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
Run your hand over the beam. Over a beam?
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch.
Take a closer look at the padlock.
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker.
Look at the sticker.
You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
What makes it so modern?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here.
It makes me think of Evil Ernie. That's a deep cut. Have you seen this symbol before? Point to it.
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
Okay, what is junior delinquency?
For Revachol ZOC, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law.
ZOC, Zone of Control. ZOC, Canadian Zone of Control.
These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
Puts his handkerchief in his coat pocket. What is suggestive? I can't even say suggestive? What is suggestive? Junior delinquency here.
I haven't seen that sticker
Suggestive.
before. And I'm not a youth.
Judicial. You sound drunk saying it. I agree, it's very modern. But does the cheery guy not know he's dead? Or does the dead guy not care that he is? What is the source of the irony here?
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, know your audience, right? Inspect the staple.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Thank you, logic. This is where Mr. Prybar comes in handy.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
Should we start with that kick drum coming from the ice? I heard a sound before.
Yes, the pulsing bass. A sure sign of junior delinquency. Somewhere east of here.
He raises his hand to his ear.
There's something on the sea ice there.
Interfacing. I don't think there's anything I can do about my interfacing. Maxed out at 3. Yeah, besides, I guess, you know, performance enhancing. Which is in the realm of, Jesus, speed. Ha. Wait, did he? Did he confiscate my Kuno speed too? My Kim? Son of a bitch. Oh.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut. Your hands are clammy from the sea air. The piece of sticker keeps slipping away.
Kim, could I have that handkerchief? My hands are wet.
The lieutenant hands you a blue handkerchief. He looks a little dismayed when he gets it back crumpled. However, it should be easier to peel the sticker off now.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, let's do this.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Put the sticker in your ledger after the last entry where it belongs. Put the sticker on your ledger, right on the cover. Shake it off your thumb and throw it in the wind.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
Cool. Leveled up. It's nice that Kim gave us the opportunity to crack at it again. Physical instrument applies some official force on the padlock. I do have the pry bar attached. Coach physical instrument is only at a level 4 because we've never actually leveled up Coach. I know this shirt increases Coach. I don't think I have anything else that does physical instrument though. Oh, I do. That's just another shirt. That's definitely not going to help. Yeah, okay, well. 2 extra.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you.
Eh.
The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. You jam the pry bar between the lock and the staple.
Oh, that's 12.
Your biceps bulge from the strain. The metal creaks and squeals. The pathetic old wood, rusty screws, and one nail stand no chance against the forces of leverage. From deep within, a bellow rips. Suddenly, the pry bar snaps. Metal shavings fly everywhere. The upper half, between the lock and the staple, falls to the ground with a thunk.
What the fuck, hey? Look at the broken tool in your hand.
The broken edge of the snapped pry bar is smooth. Took the tip right off.
The fuck? How is this even possible?
Tools break, officer. Try to control yourself.
Oh, I broke the pry bar. Where do I get a new one?
I don't know. You don't? Or maybe we'll find a new one. I don't carry more than 1 pry bar with me.
He looks up at the bell tower.
I thought this was a lousy way to enter a place of worship that's already in disrepair. I guess the church agreed.
Thank you, Kim.
This was surely just a freak accident.
Thank you, logic. Alright, well. Broke her fucking pry bar? Broke her fucking pry bar. That's,
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. This cheap-looking padlock.
Yeah, I can't even... Okay, well, that's interesting. Washerwoman suggestion, Lillian, wash basin. What? Oh, for the... I wish those checks would go away. It's so weird that the game keeps those checks after the fact. Like... That's what I want to do now. I guess we still haven't actually talked to them. There's no one really else left to talk to. Could sing karaoke. I think we'll hold that off, though. Smokes expected it's got this shit. Fuzzy about the dead man. Try that, I guess. Kim has to go to bed. That doesn't apply. That has to be, yeah. Yeah, the rest of that's tomorrow. So, I guess, yeah. Talk to them.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Oh, hold on. There's something I have to do first before talking to Estelle. There's a chance here that, okay, during the conversation it's presented to her that you will give an opportunity to give her your hat. But it's whatever hat you're wearing. So I think our best approach would be to give her the orange bum hat. Reaction speed, drops her rhetoric. I mean, what else? Logic and suggestion? Yeah. 2 logic? I mean, maybe. Yeah, I suppose I could wear this. Yeah, because I do have the fallen hat that gives... Yeah, that'd work. Let's do that. She can have this hat.
A shaggy-looking girl.
Oh.
Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
She looks up at you, distracted.
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
I don't have to do anything. I'm the law. You have to do what the law always says. I should, and I do. Point at your hat.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
It's nice. You should wear one too if you plan on staying outside in this weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
She tries to think of something to say.
Your pulse rises.
Authority. Regain authority in her eyes. It's a red check. +2. Alright, well...
Lots of feeling. Feel it up.
Oh, no.
Way up.
Oh. Good. Oh, my God. Fuck the hat. Is that what you just said to me? I can't believe you told me to fuck the hat.
You're saying it really loud, but it's not coming out right. Maybe add more indignation.
So I should just take this hat I'm wearing and fuck it, right? Pointing at your head, where the hat is located. Engage in sexual intercourse with a hat right here in front of you because you told me so? On the sea ice? What the fuck?
More.
Right here on the sea ice?
More.
Oh my God. Give you a little ice cop hat fuck show? Pull your cheeks. Puff your cheeks as if you can't even breathe from the sheer indignity of your affront. Yeah.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
The girl is visibly shaken, yeah.
The lieutenant is watching the scene unfold before his eyes, unsure how to react.
Start jumping up and down on the sea ice, gesturing toward it with both hands as if to say, this is where it was supposed to take place.
The girl looks down, slowly curling into a ball.
Start crying. Anyway, I can't believe you used obscenities like that in front of the police officer. You should. Start crying.
The young woman has kept her eyes trained on her wires, waiting for the sorry spectacle to end. But it's gone awful quiet up there. Then, the sound of sobbing. Looking up, she sees a grown man on the wrong side of 40, his face bloated from alcohol, and God knows what else. Not so quietly, crying.
This isn't really about the hat, is it?
Wipe away the tears. It is. It so is.
You
No.
know, you're not the only one with issues. I self-medicate. Shit. Life's a horror, you know?
There's a motherly hint to her voice.
Crying helps, though. Get it out your system. And then maybe we can talk. Okay? I'll be here.
Oh, Kim wants to have a word about that shit. Or maybe it's just late for his bedtime. No, it's about what just happened. Having looked away during the final phase of your little episode, the lieutenant now addresses you.
Do you want to talk about what just happened?
It's probably a good idea. What's there to talk about?
Normally, I'm opposed to discussing one's feelings, especially on duty. But I think this is an exceptional case.
Oh.
So, what do you think happened?
'Tis possible thou couldst persuade the lieutenant 'twas all a part of thy unorthodox method. But can thou persuade thyself?
A crygasm. I experienced a minor malfunction. I'm okay now. Drama. Challenging. Red check. Convince yourself that you didn't melt down just now.
Believeth in thyself, my liege. 'Twas all a clever ruse.
Don't worry, Kim. It was all a ruse. Wink at Kim.
Yes, a clever ruse. I see.
You don't, but you will. Right. I mean, who cries in public? Like, for real.
Even so, in the future, could you please refrain from emoting too much on duty? The quasi-legal status of the RCM means we need to project strength twice as consistently as any other police force in the world.
Weakness is strength. Okay, I'll control my emotions.
Good. Controlling your emotions sounds good. Glad to hear it was minor. Can you go on?
Yes, it's my duty, after all. Absolutely, superstars always get back and try again. The end is near anyway. I might as well see this through. I can, and I'm sorry, Kim. I promise. This is the last time.
Then, let's go.
So obviously that's going to drop our good cop honor something in there. Yeah. I think it was at 6. Anyways.
So, like, seriously, what's eating you, man?
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing, and she wears thick black eyeliner. Most men wouldn't call her pretty. There is a manliness to her, a coarseness.
Yeah, can we talk for a minute?
I was wondering when you would come around. What's up?
I guess there's something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
She listens intently. I think it's the plight of the working class. Everyone's just mooching off the entrepreneurial class, shackling the doers. I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's got you crying in front of strangers is a slow pace of social progress.
Don't get me wrong, I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little more reasonable is all. No, that's probably not it, is it? Yeah, pretty sure. No, that's probably not it, is it?
No, it sounds like you just got chick issues.
You could be right, but I don't know for certain.
Well, think about... Anyway, was there something else?
Have you seen a red-haired woman around?
No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
What's your name?
Estelle.
And your surname?
Why?
I'm from the police. It's for the paperwork.
Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name.
What's that device you have there?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
She breathes on her freezing fingers. And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's a contact microphone?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Yeah? Any news on my wife's name? How about my mother?
No. You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. Does this have anything to do with Contact Mike? How's that thing work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Where'd you get the mic from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Elysium.
What's the Elysium?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole.
She forgets herself for a moment.
It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock.
Oh.
Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Sounds interesting. Who's this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Elysium going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
It means I'm hip beyond my years. Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock. In the form of a wrecked tape player and a completely trashed hostel room. Neither do I, actually. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Get down, grind. Yeah.
That's cool.
She breathes on her fingers. Looks like she doesn't know what to say. You're right. Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Is there something else?
When you shit
About
on
the
yourself,
concept
you
mic,
just...
perhaps?
Your morale drops. It happens, right? Especially when you have a true volition of, you know, one. Well, I might as well ask her about Contact Mike. Why not?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
No, I mean the boxer Contact Mike.
No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
That's not fair. And an understatement.
You know, Contact Mike doesn't just beat up people. Contact Mike is a role model.
An entire litany spews forth.
Oh, God. Yes, you heard right. You should try to be more like Contact Mike, a successful athlete and an inspirational figure who has overcome social, physical, and mental obstacles. On second thought, screw Contact Mike. He's not a champion. You are. Look at you here in front of a saggy tent, picking your nose to drug addict music. The world of sports is in awe of your faith and dedication. Jesus, sorry. I don't know why I said that. There's something else I wanted to know.
Man, you are one weird cop.
Yeah, they want you to be weird. You're kind of, you know, as broad of the options you have for conversations. Sometimes you just have to pick weird shit. This isn't about me. This is about your lack of respect for one's boxing grades. And for yourself. I'd say I'm just about normal. Now about that Mike. Not Mike. Mike.
What is it with you and this Mike guy?
The question is rhetorical.
Okay. If it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me.
So, yeah, just to have that conversation to unlock this opportunity for this thought cabinet. I don't even remember what the litany of Contact Mike is. Let's see here. -1 to logic, -1 to conceptualization, -1 to drama. So it's a huge hit to our intellect. Yeah. Well, not a huge... Well, I mean, it's 3 across the board. And then all physique white checks are unlocked. And it only takes 15 minutes. Yeah. And it's temporary? Those are temporary, 15 minutes, but then, so you basically take the thought, you have to spend the skill point to get the thought, think about it, for 15 minutes. And then it unlocks all physical white checks, which then leaves us what? All the way up here. The abandoned lorry. Well, we don't have to worry about that because that was the broken window. Electrochemistry in the mirror. Okay, that's whatever. I can just put points into electrochemistry. The barred door. It's not barred anymore. The trash container. Oh, that was to open the padlock where the... yeah, that doesn't apply. Doesn't apply. Barbell. We haven't even done that one. The ice cream maker doesn't apply. Talking to her, we haven't even done the check. Yeah, so not worth it. But anyways. Silly little thing. If it floats your boat, I'll make you, yeah. Self-respect is not meant to float any boat but your own.
I'll keep that in mind for future use.
She turns to check the tape recorder. Actually, I had some non-mic questions for you.
Okay.
What are you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
What is it you're recording exactly? I have such a hard time for some stupid reason for like small words grouped together. They just, yeah. Shitty form of dyslexia?
I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
She scratches her forehead. Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
And what are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps?
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Just nod.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
Take this, your call.
The lieutenant begins to take off his jacket.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
The lieutenant backs up. He throws you a glance. Now this is where a hat would come in handy. Give her your hat. Here, you need this more than I do.
Thanks.
There. You said it's supposed to be a music place? What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys. They're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
You mean like those headphones your boyfriend sold?
Yep. They were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
She squints her eyes a little. Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
I had some other questions.
Go ahead.
Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music. Like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that... yeah.
She looks at the old wooden church up on the poles. As a mean wind comes bellowing in, the six-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. Here comes shivers.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Electronic instruments? Like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
This is an evolutionary step up from amplified instruments, which in turn are a step up from acoustic instruments. What comes after it, you wonder? A black-tinted nothingness, or something finer?
Anodic music. Now I'm gonna find out what it is. What is it?
You know, anodic, cathodic,
Oh,
music that's made with
got it.
electronic instruments. What do you need to know?
Oh, yeah, okay, that was that. So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it.
She nods towards the sloping mass of wood on the coast, then shivers.
Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
Yes, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
I'll talk to them. We'll see. I prefer to remain non-committal.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
She points to the tent. Did you put the padlock on the church door?
No.
No?
Not really, no.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
Okay, if you personally didn't, then who did?
Yeah, you know. That's what I meant. Noid did. Noid put the padlock on the door.
Wait, what's this Noid, a friend of yours?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Why did this Noid person put a padlock on the church door?
To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about them, he'll tell ya.
Should you? Weirdos. Sounds bad somehow.
Enough about the church then, I had another question.
Go ahead.
Empathy. Empathy. All that empathy. Give her a hat. +2. More like Contact Mike now. Well, yeah, you know. A white check. Actually, that's it for now.
Okay. Bye.
She turns her attention back to the recording device. Empathy. Well, that's empathy. Oops. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay. +2 to empathy.
Hello again.
Hoo-hoo. With one attempt, the tape recorder lies on the ice like a distracted toy. Pick it up.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Okay.
Hello again.
Almost a coin flip of a chance, so it has to be higher than 6?
The device is still warm from her touch.
Cool.
And heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable at your age, or at any age in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in the failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It is not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
Her shoulders shake a little. The dark. Nothing. If you got this, don't be scared. I'm once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the slums of St. Baptiste to shop to the top boxing world, overcoming adversity and serious brain trauma. Nothing is coming. Nothing he wouldn't knock out in 3 rounds. A real fight is for the right attitude.
I know. I'll stick to it.
Her teeth rattle. She takes the device from you and places it in her lap.
So, thanks, I guess, for the psych session. I guess that means we're even?
She smiles a little.
She means your little talk before, after your breakdown. It's all right, she means to say. You return the favor.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, spend a skill point to get 5 experience and an even keel with some drugged out teen. You know, it's the small victories in life. Anyways. Oh, now that we're done suggesting, I don't know what we're in store for talking to these yokels, but put... Yeah. Yeah. Because, I mean, our gloves are either electrochemistry or half-light? I mean, I guess I don't have to wear gloves to have either one of them pipe in, but whatever.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Squeeze in.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
He points his thumb at the lieutenant.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
Okay.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
He gestures for you to squeeze in. Oh yeah, here we go. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent plus a trace of ether. A pile of nasal sprays, brand name, Nosafed Ultra. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. Okay, first thing I have to do. The goddamn first thing I have to do. Really? Why? Environment volume. Okay. We'll put it right there. You can hear myself think at least a little. A speaker. The kind they use for live music. Oh, yeah, those kind of speakers.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair, aggressively so. You get the sense that this is what the future will look like. Imbecilic, yes, should the future ever come, it will look deeply imbecilic, like this guy.
Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
The tape player high above his head continues to blast with what probably Nordic music.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Wait, how many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. This place is pretty bad. There was something you wanted. Your friend Estelle said there was a problem with the church.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
Enough histrionics. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads!
Burnouts! Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock.
Strike that! The world!
Oh, I clicked the button too soon. In Revachol.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a dopehead myself. I won't stand for narcomaniacs of any kind. No narcomaniacs on my watch. Shake your head gravely. I feel like you may be laying this on a bit thick. What's really so bad about these dopeheads and burnouts?
They're spooky.
What exactly do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll take a look into it. Tell me more.
All right, man.
He clasps his hands enthusiastically.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Estelle told me Noid put the padlock on the door. Why?
Oh, so you met her? Good, good. I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
I need the key.
Of course! Noid, give the officer the key. All right.
Oh, here we go. Reaction speed. Oh, this is not hand-eye coordination. Was that what I thought does? The law? Yeah, hand-eye.
It's as if time is frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool.
Don't ruin the cool by overdoing it. Raise your hand in front of your face with minimum effort.
Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye orb. In the looking ball.
Oh, hit me right in the ball.
A stabbing pain. Tears stream uncontrollably from your right eye.
Ouch, goddamn asshole. What is wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in pain now?
Man, I'm super sorry. That was totally my bad. I got overexcited. Threw him too hard. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Bend your face in mockery of his useless contrition. You almost eye-murdered me. A cop. That's use of lethal force.
I really am sorry, man. Just take this, okay?
He pulls out some black paper from his belt pack.
Wow, looks like there's quite a lot there.
That's the least you could do? That's the least you could do. I don't need your pity money. Now, where were we?
I hope that settles it. Or wait.
Wow, you just gave me $25? Or wait.
The key?
Yeah, church, yeah. He cautiously hands you the yellow keyring.
He is shifting in his spot, uncomfortably, still feeling sorry for the mishap.
We were talking about the padlock, I think.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
Jesus Christ. How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, yeah.
He looks at his friend with an expression of profound understanding. Sounds like nonsense.
You're right. It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
You can stop buttering up to me now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I won't do that anymore.
Right, other questions.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are these people inside the church?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen them? You want the police involved?
Well, there's also the machinery. When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times.
and we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
The woman. Red-haired, maybe? A lorry woman?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
But not really. Brown hair. Old. Heavy, dark science.
So which one is it?
What Noid said.
So brown and older, Ruby might have dyed her hair, though it seems like a stretch at this point.
What was that about something watching you?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost? Do you know what he means? Non-human means a predator.
Thank you, Half-Light.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crabman.
A crabman.
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Are you sure there was a crabman?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
Fair enough.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
There probably is no crabman. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Can you tell me more about this machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner. Look behind it.
Jacked up on some snuff station?
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed on, then jerk off to it. Sick shit.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff.
He appears sincere enough, sire. You could, of course, be wrong.
We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machines. He'll tell you more.
So how can you be sure they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't even seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Wow, you can't. But you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
He makes little quotation marks with his fingers when he says technology. All right, let's talk about something else.
Sure. What?
You mentioned some kind of Ecclesiastes own the church. Who are the Ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Just go right into it. Mask it. Now humor me, Andre. What is the founding party?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation.
And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
now, Andre, in your opinion, would this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocents want a club of anotic music in one of their churches?
Totally.
There isn't a trace of doubt in his voice.
The Pericarnassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He violently shakes the tape player as if to see if he can break it.
Love is hardcore.
Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
He turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod, as if it's obvious you will now break into dance.
You feel it, the anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
No words, enjoy the beat. Nod your head.
Feels good.
I don't quite understand what you're talking about. What's a posse?
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse.
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Formidable failure. Sounds like you're just saying random things. Love, posse, make noise. I guess love can be pretty hardcore. I now understand it was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Anodic music is about love and so is the Paracanassian Church. Proceed. No, this is too much. No sane organization would want this level of absurdity in their church. That's not true. Churches love absurdity. Look at those snake handling fucking charming guys in like South Carolina or some shit. Yeah, this one.
Oh yeah, it can. He's coming around. You're getting it.
He nods at his friend, then turns to you with a mischievous grin. It sounds like you're just saying random things, though.
Are we?
He looks at you mysteriously.
Yeah!
The one with the large head really enjoys it when his friends get mysterious. All right, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yeah, egghead. Hype man.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
His friend forms a fist with a screwdriver still in his hand, approvingly so.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Nice. I wanted to ask you about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even is running water.
And it's distilled, too.
Oh.
He doesn't know what to say.
It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
I hate to tell you, but it reeks of sweat in here.
It does, doesn't it? Told you we have a smell problem.
He picks up a piece of telephone cord and inspects it. Wait, I also smell ether. Why?
Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid? No.
It's mixed with peculiar chemical scent, like laundry detergent.
He sniffs the air, then shrugs. It doesn't take a forensic scientist to guess it's drug-related. They look and act like the kind of guys who've done their fair share. However, their breathing is regular, their jaws stay put, and their pupils aren't dilated. So, not under the influence right now. At least, not under the influence of stimulants. That doesn't rule out hallucinogens, benzos, some depressants. How do you know all this?
Yeah. How do you know all this about drugs? What's with all the Nosafed?
The what now?
Point at the bottles of nasal spray in the corner. The Nosafed Ultra. You have a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
You sound fine to me.
Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing.
Without the noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Can I have some? I have some nose problems too.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
Yeah, Kim's not here to take it away from me. He picks up one from the corner and hands it to you. All right, enough of this.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
All right, maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze. Some logic, hey? All right.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
That's not what he said at all. He said, be careful in there, officer, and tell us how it goes, yeah? We'll be here. Well, we haven't gone anywhere yet, but... Help ravers start a nightclub. The ravers ask you to help turn the church into a dance club. But there are already some people inside. Find out who those people are and what they want. Look into the spookers in the church. Let's see what we can do about this logic here. Those glasses. That's a look, all right.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I love how it's impossible at 17. But we have it at 92 now.
A number of things don't...
And we did it with a 4.
Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids. Now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure when or how, I fell sick and became a shadow you see now. But before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
Thank you for your kind words, but everyone in here sees I'm a disgrace to the uniform. I was good enough in this job to be rewarded the rank of Lieutenant, you freighter. Could have been captain, imagine that. I was even entrusted with a firearm, believe it or not. Tap on your holster. A real fire lance.
What happened?
Disco happened. Life tore me a new asshole. I did. I happened to myself.
That's a real downer.
He shakes his large head. Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago. But there's still some detective left in me.
The young speed freak is silent.
You're sober. Was it hard for you to keep sober for this meeting?
We don't need drugs to be hardcore.
Shut the fuck up, Egg.
Maybe not today, Egg, but you need drugs to get through the days when you're not expecting me.
Climb down from the equestrian monument, cop man. Consciousness is new to the universe. We all have our ways to ease the shock.
Consciousness is new to the universe. I don't know if that's profound or profoundly ignorant, but it's said. I know I wouldn't be as hardcore without drugs. He doesn't knows how to comment on what you just said. Typos. Bottom line is, I know.
What exactly is it you know?
This isn't the makings of a club. It's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He points at the speaker.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker. You only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
You have no headphones. Wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know you pawned them, likely for lab equipment and drug ingredients.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
That Nosefed is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
The distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
The ether is in the air. A useful solvent, good for getting acting agents out of a solution.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether.
He smiles nervously. There's no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Punishable by summary execution?
It's not.
His eyes are wide with fear. So what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. Time for a threat. He can't handle the pressure.
Hand-eye coordination. We're not supposed to be able to fail these anymore, right? Biologically sensible approach to these goddamn thoughts in our head. We do this lawman style. First you tell me everything, then I pass judgment.
Or else?
There's an audible clank as he lets a wrench drop into his toolbox. Or else I'll blow your fucking brains out. Wow. Or else I'll call backup and haul you all off to pen, for starters. Or my cut will be a 100%. Haven't you heard? I'm the dirtiest cop on this side of the river. We'll see. Now speak.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Whatever you think is right, sir. But please, we were only trying to make a living.
This is it. Judgment time.
Give me your cash. Ask for a bribe first. Pack up and report to Precinct 41. Arrest them. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Evict them. Let's do this clean. No speed lab. Just a club for anodic music. Proceed with the club. It wouldn't work without the lab. Do what you have to do with the to keep the club alive. Proceed with both. No. We're going to do it with the club. Proceed with the club. We're going to do it clean.
Yeah!
See? Egghead's for it. The young man's smile widens to inhumane proportions. His teeth beam in the floodlight.
I knew it.
The would-be leader drops his spiked head between his knees.
It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for anodic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What was that about a fish?
There needs to be a club for anodic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
This will be nothing.
Oh, shivers.
You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind, a grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Jérôme and all the houses on Main Row. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
Wait, does anyone feel that?
What?
Nothing. Let's call this incident crime prevention. But I have my eye on you.
Okay. We'll try to do it without the drugs.
He raises his head from between his knees.
We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but. I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Alright, that's it for now.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
It is fucking late. 1:15. We got $60 goddamn on day 3. This is crazy.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Skin shows through the holes in the Speed Freak's too large sweater. In front of him, an open toolbox full of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
He runs his hand through his hair, which is combed back in mock seriousness, and continues to fiddle with some gears. Sign?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
He continues to rearrange his tools. I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
Why describe it if you already know what I mean? This one. Okay, it's yellow, circle human face with X's. X's for eyes and a smile underneath. I think the X's mean the guy's dead.
Good, good. What did you want to know?
Was I right? Is it a dead guy smiling?
Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right. And I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race.
Really?
Really.
Why do you think that's so?
We're all the same. Same eyes, same smiles, same death.
Okay. What does it mean?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths. The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
He could also be drugged out of his mind. I'm thinking maybe the smiling dead guy is a symbolism for communism. It's also dead, but doesn't care. I'm thinking we should sell this.
It should be sold, but not by us.
What makes the stickers so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by classical soul artist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss haunting him. The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
Come up with this stuff by yourself?
Not alone. Many people are thinking the same thing right now. We all see the same smiling dead guy in a couple of X's and a circle, and a curve. The beat is the same for all.
I think we've exhausted this subject for now.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revishal's sister revolution on the Grad Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Don't be too hard on Samara. They're all alone in the world. Half of what we know of them is just propaganda.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The supernatural. So you think it's real? That it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs.
Yeah, no shit.
Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
The truth would blow your mind. Why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
He picks up some sort of widget. I don't understand what that means.
I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve sign synchronicity would be by getting us into the church.
Okay. All right. So, sync the signs with Noid. Noid doesn't want to talk to you. The signs are not in sync. Guess you need to help him with and his friends out somehow. Prove that you're one of the crew. Who knows what he'll tell you. All right. And good old Egghead.
With peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshy tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says,
Hardcore!
Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just going to keep saying hardcore, aren't you?
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Alright, so now, solve the egghead puzzle. There has to be some way to talk to this person. You just haven't found it yet. It's definitely not about signs. What if you just try again? Find out your way through the maze of things to say.
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore.
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
Say nothing.
Internally coherent.
Still say nothing.
All core! All right! Yeah!
Say nothing.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feebleish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you the question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question?
Okay.
Back to the heavyweight jam!
Says the young man with the tape player and the large boyadero boots. Lung-shaped trees sprout on the silver belt buckle.
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
But is it? I mean, really.
Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yergs and args. This produces a guttural Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
So this is the famous Van Eyck I'm hearing?
You know about him?
He moves his mouth, but some sound doesn't come out. His eyes are the size of saucers. Looks like you've rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
Yeah, I'm a major Van Eyck head. Your friend DeSalle mentioned him.
Good, good. The Advent?
Ah, shit.
We're close.
Says the young man with the tape player and the large boyadero. Okay.
True, hard, full, car.
Say nothing.
Hard car.
Still say nothing.
Hard car to the mega.
Say nothing.
Internally coherent.
Still say nothing.
All car. All right. Yeah.
Say nothing.
He furrows his brow.
Hard car. Ah.
So hardcore.
Is it though?
I was just thinking that a moment ago.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
Fuck.
We're close.
True, hard, full, car. Hard car to the mega.
Try all right.
Here comes the night.
Here comes, all right. Here comes the night.
True, hard,
That's hilarious.
Full, car. Hard car to the internally coherent.
I was wondering if you knew who killed the mercenary hanging behind the Whirling and Rags hostel. Might as well ask that.
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata, the place to be.
I'm beginning to think this really doesn't have anything to do with the case. You said that before. Why is this Yakukata the place to be? What does that mean?
Yakukata is a hardcore place.
An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth. Intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Alright, once again into the fray.
We're close.
True, hard, full, car. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All car, all right, yeah.
Please tell me exactly what you are doing.
Gotta get the people going.
Why?
I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of etonite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
We're close.
True. Hardcore to internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his...
Hardcore. Ah.
Okay. I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no...
Ah.
True. Hardcore. Internally coherent.
I'll get through to you, egghead.
All car. All right.
I'm just gonna run out of fucking
He
options here.
furrows.
Hardcore. Ah.
Is it though?
One mind.
Okay, it is.
True. Internally all car.
He furrows.
Hard.
The question is, what is the... But there was a...
Oh, I apologize for my...
We're close.
True.
Say nothing. Say nothing. Say
Internally
nothing.
coherent.
Say nothing.
All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people going.
Yeah, request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible.
Okay.
We're close.
True. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car.
He furrows.
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously,
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
bit worried it isn't.
Just had to yell at him. He frowns and starts bobbing his head back and forth once more.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, right next to the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
He turns pensive all of a sudden.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
He thinks for a moment, then his expression clears.
It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet.
Yeah.
You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
It's proto, not hardcore at all. How much is that fish?
Wow! Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question? Trying to think of anything that would make it harder core? Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. I can't help you with that. I need something else, something extra. Mm-hmm.
No! This is the answer!
Try to think if anything could make it harder core?
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
My imagination fails me.
I know! So does mine!
He laughs and shakes his head.
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
What, my drug habit? Fuck. Wait, I remembered something. I'm the police.
Uh-huh.
The young man is bursting with anticipation. Nothing. Me being the police isn't going to help us. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't help you with this right now. I need something else, something extra.
Yeah!
He's not even the slightest bit disappointed. Are you a thought reader?
No nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
Does that mean you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as thought reading.
So, it's not this one. It's the world that's a thought reader in this equation.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
But I was thinking Revichel imperative.
That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop, too.
So you're not a thought reader, you're a communist.
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
She cried more and more and more. But why aren't you a communist? Communism is the truth. It's good you're not a communist anyway. You should be an ultra-liberal. Best not be a communist. Having extreme views on issues is detrimental to understanding all sides. This should heal us.
Oh, sure. I can do that. If you want that, I can avoid taking a stand.
Oh, look, and I changed his opinion, too.
Please don't turn him into a moralist.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Don't be a moralist. That path requires a sensible examination of all nuances unattainable to most people. Don't be a moralist. Wait, what am I saying? You should consider your choice carefully and rationally. Be a moralist, egghead. Egghead, the balance needs your help. He yells. You guess Egghead is a moralist now. Oh, look at that. Tell me something else, Egghead.
It's time to compromise.
He looks at you with an almost impossibly wide, shining grin, looking to see if you approve. Obviously, one shouldn't get too hasty with their decision-making. Almost there. Could use just a bit more something.
Incremental change.
Appropriate.
I'm swiftly moving toward a solution which pleases nobody.
You feel Jermaine Egghead's smile is too enthusiastic. But it'll have to do for now.
Is your real name Jermaine?
Dark-Hard Hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
Why would lungs be for love?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
Really?
I think so.
That doesn't sound like a thing that would happen. Thank you for the story. Well, the lungs are where you hold your breath for your soul, aren't they?
Highly gaily.
Physical instrument. Expert on anecdotic music. Maybe your body can tell you what... Okay. Physical instrument. Let's get Coach back in there. Coach? There's something else for physical instrument. Ah, good. Oh yeah, his shirt.
The large head...
Incremental progress! Yeah!
No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust, wholesome things. Things like discus, javelin, and 400-meter hurdles. Discus.
Okay, well. The abandoned lorry. We can smash the window again. Good to know.
The large-headed youth has closed his eye.
Incremental progress! Yeah!
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
Young man makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down. But that would be ridiculous. And the melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick so that you can't get it out of your head anymore. Point at your head.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I don't know. I was thinking you would know. Nowhere. I'm not going to become your Anador cop.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
Okay, I'll look into it. In an official capacity, it's up to the police to make the beats go harder. Take the task. All right, I'll see if I come up with something on my own. A citizen investigation. Take the task. Yeah, why not?
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Fan H's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind.
It feels cold.
Does it?
He looks around looking for the cold. Rue de Saint-Ghislain. I've been there.
Oh, I know. I know this. I can tell you where it is.
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that. I could have said that.
And the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
Shake it off.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman!
Oh yeah, we're not using that. That's the fucking door slammer mixer, whatever the fuck. Alright, solve the egghead puzzle. Make Van Eyck's jam harder core. You can feel it. The music should hit so much harder. It just needs a few tweaks. Walk back to the canal and see if you can find any tapes that could work as a melody. Then bring them back to Egghead for remixing. Find a tape with the melody for Egghead. Moralist has gone up, that's for sure. Communism, yeah. What do you do? It is now 2 a.m. This is as late as it can get in a game. Won't get any later. I'm curious because items I sold that broken reel. Yeah. I don't even know if I can pick up this stupid tape. I think I need that reel. Guess we'll find out. Oh, old lady's asleep. Everyone should be asleep. Jesus Christ. She's still out. Hurting for a date. Curious if anything's in here. After the fact. No. Might pop any thoughts if I walk over here? Yeah.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Hold up. Don't you mean scene of the crime? Yeah, sure. It does look like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Hey Kim, looks like we had a couple. Looks like we've had a couple of partygoers here.
Looks like it.
Jesus. Looks like they had a great time laughing here. This was some kind of theater to them, a circus production by a great clown. Was this party against the law on the ice like this? It was probably a public danger.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Yeah, because he knows, because we know. Oh. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Oh, it's in comment to the footsteps walking away from the scene of the crime, or the accident, which is the crime, in some capacity. Oh, shit, it's over here. Uh-huh. We can at least click on it.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Just like promised, you've stood here for what seems like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages.
Uh-oh. Good hawthorn. Pat the tree.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. You tree-hugging pansy. The bronze ribbon twists around and within the branches in an intricately natural pattern. But there's something.
What do I see?
There's a twisted logic in this mess. You see the ends of the ribbon, the way it flows, how it twists and turns. It's all starting to make sense. It'll be easier to remove now.
Thank you, visual calculus. Tape release calculations. Fuck. Okay, well, interfacing. 3. Maxed out. Can't do any more. Close. Interfacing. I would have had gloves, I guess, but I never did talk to her to get it because we never inspected the body from, what's her name? At the beginning, if you inspect the body and you fail the check, talking to her, she'll tell you about smelling salts, and then you notice that, like, she's wearing dishwashing gloves. And you ask if you can have them from her, but we never had that conversation, so we don't have those. Yeah.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane.
Yeah.
A wintry breeze.
That sucks. Well, and it's yellow, so that requires the speed. He even took our other Pyrrolodon. Oh my god, he took all of the shit. Fucking Kim. Shit, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A winter like an immaculate labyrinth. The magnetic tape twists and turns around the branches. You just can't get it loose. All you've done is make your fingers bleed from the thorns.
I'm gonna punch it.
The hawthorn tree is disappointed by your betrayal and psychopathic tendencies. Also, your fist hurts. A little. A little? It's awful. The pain surges through your knuckles and then lingers there, slowly pulsating, reminding you of your mistake.
Smooth move, operator. We done here?
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane.
Well,
a wintry breeze blows by.
Yeah. I mean, we can, yeah, we might as well try. So we'll take this off. pop that on. We will hoo-ha right in front of Kimberly. I guess this also doubles as our Pyrrolodon, so that's kind of nice.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry breeze blows by, making the...
I have to put the point into... Take advantage of composure, I guess, while I have it up. Guess. Yeah, why not? Also the purples. Maybe suggestion. Nah, that's fine.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry breeze blows by, like an immaculate labyrinth. The magnetic tape twists and turns around the branches. You just can't get it loose.
Damn.
All you've...
58%. Well, yeah, that's where that ends, I guess, unless I find some way to unlock it. Okay, well, it is 2 a.m. Let's see here. Oops. Yeah, okay. Get inside the church. I guess we can still go inside the church, but we could do all that in the morning. Although, I guess... Yeah, maybe we should go in the morning, because I did fuck up my health pretty good there. Maybe we should call it a day.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Wow, 13.5 seconds. That's getting up there. For, I mean, the size of that engine. Won't it roll over in the first sharp corner?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
This techie stuff is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Point to the vehicle. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing in there? Point to the engine.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
That's what? Rub your chin. A 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
The lieutenant is trying to suppress a smug smile unsuccessfully. Alright, like what's back in here?
I reckon, man, that's got to be a major advancement.
It must be an advancement over that.
Yeah, you know it?
Just the basics: cast iron block, swirl chamber injection, dual chains driving overhead camshafts, 2 valves per cylinder, a hydraulic valve blast adjustment.
Yes, that's right. I'm very impressed that you know these things.
A fine machine, run your hand over the smooth metal surface.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
There's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
You need to slam it up, Kim. Make it more imposing.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Drop the ride 200 mil. Get the camber to frosty minuses. What?
No, that's porno tuning.
Use bigger words.
Wait, what about the spinners then, huh?
Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. What you're suggesting is porno.
It needs a massive aero kit and gargantuan roof-mounted...
Porno. That's short for pornography.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing.
So what's wrong with porno?
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though.
No one in the history of convictions has been more sure of anything.
Okay, let's move on. I mean, it's late. What do you expect? But I guess, okay. Can't get the tape. Going to the church. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Yeah, I guess that's where we are. Can't sing karaoke because it's 2 o'clock, so I guess we say goodbye to Kim. Why are you still here?
Hi again, Gendarme.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
While we were there with the composure. Oh yeah, we don't say goodbye to Kim here. We say goodbye to Kim at our place. Because I'm not staying here. So I guess we can bring up the map. If it'll let me fast travel to Fisherman's Shack. There.
It's getting late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim. Send him away for the night.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
So, when Kim doesn't respect you, he calls you officer. When he respects you, he calls you lieutenant. Probably doing drugs in front of him doesn't make him think too highly of us. But whatever. Kim's already my friend. You see the waves, the sea, a church.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Oh, I wonder... Maybe... How many points we got? Encyclopedia? Let's put a point in. And we can actually... Wikipedia Blue... Phenoclard. Okay, make sure everything...
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with... It belongs in the new. the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. Click, click.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else? Like, who am I? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
That's interesting. We also unlocked trying to remove the expression now. And we also unlocked the thought of Guillaume de Million. This is fun to say. So that one, where are you? There you are. -1 to logic temporarily. +1 to pain threshold, and all psyche learning caps are raised by 1. Oh, that's kind of nice. And pain threshold just goes up by 1. And we lose logic, and that is 4.5 hours. Yeah, why not? So, fuck, we burned through a lot of levels here right at the end. Unlock that, and we'll go down to Guillaume le Million. Temporary research bonus -1 logic. Heads in the clouds for 4.5 hours. Whatever happened to Guillaume le Million? Who, with his amber mane and sparkling teeth, beguiled the tattered remains of the nation? While you suffered and suffered, did he dematerialize? Wow. In a cloud of cocaine dust, or did he simply stand in the corner and melt into the slendering new lines of some starlit booty de nuit 20 years ago? Spare a thought for this great ass too. Or wait, maybe he became a police officer in Revachol West. Alright. So, sorry,
An old mirror
we need
hangs-
to electrochemistry ourselves up here. That we can definitely do with our clothes. Those pants. Oh, those pants too. Oh, that. Those. Okay. And booze helps with that.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You
But
see the reflection of your
having an
face
83% chance you'd be okay.
adorned with the expression.
+2, nor the origin. +4, recited the poem to Tommy, and we have the dice. Whoops. Shit, I pushed the wrong button.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
Let the mirror be for now.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is, without the expression. It's just hairy.
So now our picture is just him not making the face anymore. So here...
On the table, you
we
see
have
a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Yeah, I guess shaving... I don't know if shaving's the right call for him. No, I think I'll leave the handlebar mustache and stuff. That hand-eye coordination, I mean, with that thought unlocked, we should pass it. But I don't want to do that. But anyways, let's... Oop. There. Harry can get into bed proper.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Go to sleep.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Spinning in eternity, spinning on empty, spinning, spinning. Tell me, am I dreaming?
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The colors, the voices, the rain, the snow. I don't want to. It's beautiful. The endless visions, erase them.
All stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right. I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Building communism, I'm just looking out for my economic self-interest, so that's the money hustling. We're making progress, measured, steady progress. Forget politics, I never sleep if I keep on like this.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
He's not even in the bed.
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
What is it?
It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here. An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Wait, I thought things were going pretty well.
Oh, sure. You've been making progress on your case, interviewing people, solving side tasks. But who's focusing on the big questions?
I assume that the most qualified and highly credentialed people were taking care of that stuff. This really doesn't sound like my job.
But have you ever seen them? How do you know they're even there? More importantly, how do you know they aren't waiting for your participation?
What am I supposed to do?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité.
What exactly is la responsabilité?
The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios.
I thought I was assigning responsibility for the murder.
Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La Responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues: the Human Welfare Index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy.
All right, give it to me. I'll accept responsibility.
Whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize La Responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee.
Do we really have time for all this? And who should sit on this committee?
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinaise. Together, you'll be able to discover who has La Responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves.
And what happens once we've assigned responsibility?
Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors. Once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be done through the proper channels.
All right, I'm prepared to take on this awesome burden.
Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Okay. So, the cargo container is now open for business once again because it's a new day in Martinaise. Look at all that interfacing. Knick-knack stand? A net. Well, we are 4.5 hours into the stream. We're gonna shut it down here for today with Disco Elysium. We'll be back at this and Hardcore Harry Kingdom Come Deliverance in the not too distant future. Thanks for hanging out, folks. It's been awesome. Take care, have fun. We'll see you later.